Okay. Let's see. Let's see. We got the stream going. We got the page up. Is it live? Is it showing? Okay. Let's see. I think I got a problem here. Oops. Let's see. We got some sort of blinky thing here. It's create audio library. Here we go. Let's see. I don't know. It's just sitting here looking. Okay, I've got an encoding problem here. Give me a moment. See if that fixes it. Oh man. Okay, you're gonna have to give me a second here. I've got to make some adjustments. Okay, I don't know if you can hear me. 1, 2, testing 1, 2. New settings, 24 frames per second, 1280 by 720. Okay, I don't know if testing 1, 2, testing 1, 2. New settings, 24 frames per second, 1280 by 720. Let me refresh. Refreshing. Waiting. Okay, I don't know if you can hear me. Testing 1, 2, testing 1, 2. New settings, 24 frames per second, 1280 by 720. Refreshing. 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 Stop. Starting. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 1, 2. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 1, 2. Resetting. Encoding on 2643.2. 30 frames per second. I seriously scrambled. I was trying to tweak it so the image was a little better, and okay, I'm going to stop again and start again. Starting again, starting again. New testing, 1, 2. Reading is bouncing up and down like a yo-yo. It may not be settings. Oh, this is terrible. The video 1 rating is bouncing up and down like a yo-yo. It may not be the settings. Maybe. Let's see here. Give me a second. I'm trying. The encoder is sort of buggered up. I don't know what's wrong. I tried to change the settings to try and improve the image, but and here we go again. Basically, I screwed something up big time, and I can't figure out what. Some setting somewhere in this mess. It's so arcane. Why is it so difficult just to broadcast video over the internet? Why do they give you all you want? You know, you want to go on the. You want like a little steering wheel and a little stop and a little go button. You want a little stop and a little go button, a little record button. You know, it's like shopping for a car. You just want a car with like a steering wheel, a brake, and maybe automatic transmission, because you don't live in the 1950s. You like being able to get over the top of it. Anyway, you just want a simple car. You go fast, slow, left, right. That's all you want. But what do they for a program to encode video, beam out over the internet, and they give you this flash media. Just the video settings. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It's numbers. that mean absolutely nothing on them, so that you can screw yourself up even more without even trying. I can't figure out this life. I don't know what I changed or how to change it back. I forgot which setting I changed, and then was it? No, they're not. They're not gonna make it easy on you. FMS URL, backup URL, stream number, disconnect, minicam, frame rate, input size, bit rate, output size, bit rate, sample rate, bit rate for audio, device for audio, format for audio. Computer programmers need to be kept on. Because if a computer programmer designed a car, the only one who would be able to drive it would be a mutant octopus. Cthulhu would be stressed out with this, trying to handle all the little controls with his face tentacles. Where they were when I started. I'm looking at a screen. It's a scrambled mess. I have no idea what this image was to be. It's apparently you can hear me. Apparently you can. I can't. There's no image. There's no image. I'm really starting to. The main reason I started doing these broadcasts was so that I have a regularly scheduled time where I'd sit down and I'd start drawing, right? Down, I'd have to draw at a regular amount of time every day to try and make myself more productive, and it's not working because I don't know. Have you ever found yourself in a situation where you're basically trying to psych yourself out? That's what I have to do is all the time. It's I'm forever trying to make myself more productive, and it never works. It's like that old joke. You go to the doctor and they says and he says to the doctor, he says it hurts when I move my arm like this, and the doctor looks at him and says, well, don't do that then. It's easy to tell somebody you need to do this, you need to do that, but when you're on the inside, you're going, which lever do I pull in my brain to make sure that I do this? It's like, write everything down on a list so you always know what to do, and that's great. Now all you have to do is get into the habit of writing the list. I'm a self-help defeatist. YouTuber 1752. What's $50? Oh, the doctor joke. Ah ha ha ha. Comedy. This is so frustrating. Let me see here. Okay, I'm going to turn it off, and I'm going to try another set of settings. Okay, be right back. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Trying again, trying again, trying again. New settings. Same result. What am I doing wrong? What did I do to this thing? Okay, I'm popping open another YouTube video. You'll probably overhear them.
From Streaming Church TV to show you a little video on how to set up your Flash Media Live encoder. So first of all, if you've created a 30-day free trial with streamingchurch.tv, you need to let us know that you want to actually start testing your streams. Email, you've got different preset options here. Let's go ahead and choose custom.
Okay, trying new settings. New settings. YouTube video. You'll probably overhear them.
From Streaming Church TV to show you a little video on how to set up your Flash Media Live encoder. So first of all, if you've created a 30-day free trial with streamingchurch.tv,
okay, let's see here. Nothing. Jeez, I don't know. I think we've got it. Okay, well, we've got the, yep, that's a slideshow. I have no idea what I did. And I'm not going to mess with it. I'm not going to mess with it. It'd fall down and go boom if I do. I don't know what I fixed. I don't know what I changed. But there you have it. Okay. Alright, a nice big black frame around the sides of the image. Isn't that fun? But, okay, let's pull up the art program and finish up that picture. Everybody has these tricks. Everybody has these tricks that they use to try and be more productive, right? But the problem is, you know, they're tricks, and so your lazy brain is going, ah ha ha, you're not fooling me with that this time, and it doesn't work for me anymore. It's there was a time when I could sit down, I could just draw. I don't know what happened to me. I really don't. Because nowadays, I mean, back when I sucked, I could draw forever. And now that I'm mediocre, it takes a conscious act of will to do it. And that's very frustrating to me. I mean, it's like... I mean, imagine... you know how it is riding a bicycle, right? I mean, you after you've learned how, you just get on that sucker and ride. But imagine if you woke up one morning and you basically had to learn to ride your bicycle all over again. And you wobble, and you have to, and it just doesn't work right for some reason. You don't know what's wrong. Now, if you see the movie Inside Out, did you see the movie Inside Out? They had that one scene. The protagonist, the girl, that all the emotions live in. They live in her head, and Haley, I think is her name. She's an athlete. She's a natural athlete. She loves playing hockey. Then they moved to San Francisco, and she's emotionally all torn up inside, which is the theme of the movie. And they go to a skating rink so she can try out for the local hockey team. It turns out that they have hockey there after all, and the parents are thinking, "Oh, this will be great for her." But inside, the story is that at that moment, at that time, her emotion joy is basically missing. Is gone. She's joy and sorrow have gone wandering off into Haley's brain, and she's just really not able to feel happy. And the other emotions are trying to take over. They're like, "Oh, hockey! This will put our girl back on her own 2 feet." And she goes out and she tries to play hockey, and they're frantic because they're trying to boot her memory back up about, and they can't get it to work. It's like 3 people trying to drive a forklift at the same time, and she bungles it. She's absolutely incapable of doing anything that she used to do naturally, and I'm like, that's how it feels sometimes. It's like everything that just used to just flow is suddenly just not. It's all fits and starts. And I have to, and I'm saying to myself, yeah, this is. In the back of my head, I'm going, this is a very good picture of how I'm feeling right now. It's like suddenly realizing you've forgotten how to skate, and I'm really not sure what to make of that point. Not really sure where I'm going with it. I'm kind of wondering if I don't know. I'm going through a lot of stress lately, and I've been going through stressful problems a lot. I'll admit it, for a long time now, almost over a year, almost 2 years now. I started out January of last year. Emergency room. They ran me through the rigmarole, and then the intern, they had given me a little bit of morphine for the pain. That was how bad it was. And by the time they wheeled me back into the room, they'd done a bunch of scans and tests on me. They were looking for something in particular. They were looking in the wrong place. They were looking for the wrong thing, really. They thought it was, I forget what it was. They thought it was some sort of intestinal blockage. But it wasn't. It was gallstones. And they were, and so the guy pushes me back into a back room, doesn't even give me a buzzer for the nurse. I'm not joking. He just pushed me into a back room, didn't even give me a buzzer so I could call a nurse. And I kept telling him, the stuff is wearing off. It's getting worse. I have never been. I was literally in so much pain. I think I left fingerprints in the railing around the bed. I was shaking, just shaking with the pain. And I kept yelling, "Nurse, nurse, please come back. Nurse, nurse," for over an hour. And finally, I literally fell asleep from just from being in so much pain. I'm still angry at the hospital for that. Because that ass clown is still working as an orderly there. He just pushed me someplace out to rot. And of course, when they made their diagnosis and they told me all these things, and it was supposed to be, I forget diverticulosis, and it wasn't even close. It was not diverticulosis. Diverticulosis is when you get wrinkles in your intestinal tract, and things get impacted in those wrinkles sometimes, and you get infected. And for a month I went around terrified to eat anything with sesame seeds on it, because they had this. It turned out that advice is like 20 years out of date too. All the advice about don't eat this, don't eat that, because like the sesame seeds will get impacted into your intestinal walls, and they'll fester, and you'll and you'll die. And so I'm walking around terrified to eat a Big Mac because of the sesame seeds on the bun, and they were wrong. And a few months later, I had another attack, and they took me back and they did it all over again. This time, I managed to tell them, "Give me a damn button," and I managed to get them to actually give me some drugs this time. But the diagnosis is wrong. This happened 3 or 4 times that year. Then finally they figured out what it was, and they had to schedule me to have my gallbladder removed. And then they found out that I had a hernia, an umbilical hernia in my belly button. And they went in, they did. The thing of it is, they went in through my navel to remove the gallbladder. But the doctor who did the work did not bother to patch up the hernia on his way back out. And when I went to see the doctor for the hernia, I told him, I'd already been operated on for a gallbladder. And he's like, "Why didn't they patch this up?" And I don't know. I'm just the patient that they're screwing up with. And, just all that rigmarole all year long. And that was, I finally applied for Medicaid and got everything covered. And then I got an infection in my leg. They checked it. You see, I got lymphedema, bad swelling of the legs. It's basically the lymph glands and veins and arteries and everything. The body is not pushing the fluid up out of my legs back into my body. My grandmother had this. My great aunt had this. I can barely walk. I walk with a cane now when I'm not walking with a walker. And I have put off applying for disability, because I convinced myself that, hey, if I just lose some weight and I just follow their treatment program, put this under control. It's not under control. Anyway, the thing of it is with lymphedema, you are very susceptible to infections, especially cellulitis. And I'd had an infection. I got a couple of infections over the past year, and ended up on antibiotics. And one day I go in, and surprise, surprise, they looked at, and the doctor on a whim, he ran a culture, sent it off to the labs, and it came back. There ain't no pill that's going to... I had to go to the hospital again. This time so they could stick a needle in my arm and pump me full of liquid antibiotics. I spent 3 days in the hospital with a needle in my arm and peeing into a jug, and then they sent me home with a bottle of tablets. And this is another thing that I have to watch out for constantly now. The past 2 years, the past 2 or 3 years, my health has literally unraveled like a cheap sweater. And and I had to quit. The job I had a year or two. I was a product sampler of Advantage Sales and Marketing. I was one of those guys that stands in front of that little kiosk and handed, "Would you like to try this sample of this product?" That was me, and it was on-call work, 6 hours, a 6-hour shift every now and then, and it got harder and harder to stand. When I finally quit, I literally had to take. I was working in a Sam's Club. That's where the office we worked in was. I had to take one of their disability, one of their little scooters, so I could make it all the way to the back of the store before the end of the day, just to give them my uniform and tell them I quit. Because the job required me. They won't give you a chair. These healthy California bastards who think if they're sitting down there, if they can lean, they can clean. If they're sitting down, they're lazy. And people had never actually worked the floor in their were making all these decisions. They wouldn't give me a chair. They wouldn't even let me lean on a cane. I'm not kidding you. And it eventually reached a point where I couldn't stand anymore because my legs were so swollen, and my knees and back and everything, it just hurt. And I've been getting by on the money from the property sale, which ended this month, and from what I make online, and it has been. I have been the stress factor in my life just keeps going up and up and up and up. I mean, it was last year when the pipes and plumbing in my house broke. It was only last month where my sister and my in-laws took pity on my stupid behind and came out here and fixed it. And the gas lines, those crapped out last year. The roof started leaking, and every time I try and find somebody to mow the line, you sign a deed, you have to keep the ground here, or they cite you, and this is a classy trailer park, and and just so many little things, and like a dummy, I just and I delayed going to the because I convinced myself I didn't want to have to fight the government for every penny I got. I didn't. I tried back when I had my tachycardia attack. I ran through part of the process for applying for disability, and they were like, "You're not disabled," and I'm like, "Fine, I'll just go my way." And but now I didn't want to. I didn't want to go through the aggravation of fighting them and filling out the paperwork. I did not want to have to go talk to a lawyer and then go talk to the government. And go through all that rigmarole. It was part laziness, part guilt, part embarrassment, part whatever you want to call it, and part conviction that I wasn't really disabled. But now, falling on your own, lying down on your own floor to fix a piece of plumbing and then realizing that you might not be able to get back up again, that'll cure you of any delusions of your physical adequacy immediately. Oh, I haven't posted the TED pic. I'll post it on my DeviantArt. I love that name. Do you post your stuff online? All my family, all my church-going friends, and they're like, "Oh, where do you post your art?" DeviantArt. You just love using that name when I'm telling them. I'm a Christian myself, but I almost never attend church, to my embarrassment and shame. It used to be because I didn't want to, and more it's because I can't. I mean, my insurance lapsed, my tags lapsed, and on top of it all, I need a footstool and a 15-minute window to climb up into my van. I don't care what you say. I don't want a small car. Because, first of all, I'm not a small guy. Just give me a proper, stepping thingy to get into my van, and I'll be happy. But, I would not trade I love my van. It's the first vehicle I really love it because I went through so much to get it. I can't do, she's my baby. I can't do right by her, and I neglect her. And, I can't even clean her out properly anymore. But it's mine. You have no idea what it is like to have spent having to move back in with your parents 2 or 3 times, living in a rented room, having no transportation of your own, having to ride the bus everywhere, or borrow a vehicle from your parents, or have them drive you someplace. Into your 20s, into your 30s, I've finally got that vehicle. And oh my God, there were days I would drive someplace. I would get in my van. I still do it from time to time. I'd get in a van. I mean, I was stressing out with my folks at the time again, and it was killing me. And I had no control over my life. My life completely gone. I was just their naughty little boy they were going to drag to church on Sunday, and nag to get another job. Just look, there's nothing more demeaning to a man than being dependent on his parents. And no matter how much you love them, no matter how much you appreciate what they're doing for you, the onus of shame on you never goes away. And the guilt and the pain, and unless you win the lotto, you can never repay them. I owe them money. I still owe them money, and I I can never scratch it together. And you could never, and But when you're living in their spare bedroom, and there are days when you just want to die. And I bought that. I saved up my money. I saw that van sitting by the road. I said, I'm not looking any further. There it is, van. It's big enough I can. It's a convertible. It's a traveling van. It's a touring van. Actually, it's got a backseat that with a motor in it that it'll flatten out. It lays out as a bed. It needs a lot of repairs. I wish to God I could get it back to mint. Oh, I wish to God I could. Just front to back, get all the all the little wiring things fixed and the lighting fixed and the broken door handle on the right hand. Get the electric windows fixed. Get everything. Get the rust along the. Get it brand new showroom floor. Because even when I first got it, it was a used van. It was gorgeous, and it's big and it was comfortable and it was roomy. I could drive it and pick up. Yeah, look. Yes, it only gets like 50. It doesn't get very many miles to the gallon. I haven't bothered checking because checking doesn't help me any. But the price of gas goes up and it goes down, and it goes up again and it goes down. But the size of a load of groceries does not. The number of friends who need, if you have a big circle of friends who need a lift, or you have a family, your family doesn't change size overnight. The furniture you want to drag back home does not change size. What are these idiots buying these little hybrid cars? You can't carry furniture in smug. People who think the world can run on, I swear. It's big, it's beautiful, and the way I was thinking is that there it is. If anything ever gets done, I've got that van. I can go out and sleep in it. I can, even if my house burned down tomorrow, I would have that van, and it would be something, and it was mine. I had worked for a year at Big Lots to save up enough money to buy it. I'd saved up my money, and there it was. And I said, "You're mine," and it's mine. I would literally, after getting home from work, I would just sit out there and just sit in the car, sit in my van, just to let my brain unwind, someplace that was mine. And there were days where I would sit behind the wheel. I would get behind it. I was feeling depressed. I would look around. I would stop. I would look around the van and go, it's every inch of it. I paid for it. Every penny was paid for by my work. Mine, damn it. And I still do that sometimes with this trailer. As much as I am, I'll be honest, there are times I hate this trailer because it's so run down. And I would have never bought it if I had gotten a little bit more spine. But after all was said and done, I paid off the loan that it was used to buy it with my paychecks. So this thing, I look at it, and they may own the land under it. Somebody else may own the land under it. But by God, every square inch of this place is mine, down to the last rotting floorboard. The last rusty nail, the last leaking roof panel, the last gob of tar up on the roof. Every crack, every cracked shutter, every bit of it. I could do whatever. I could stub out a cigarette on the wall if I wanted to. I'd have to go out and buy a cigarette to do it, but it's mine. And sometimes that's the only thing that holds me together, is knowing that I've got something anything. Even if it's parked permanently, even if even if I can't drive my van, it's my van. Even if I can't fix up my house, my trailer, it's my trailer. And just that last little crumb of self-esteem. If I could, if I was to lose this trailer, though, it will probably break me. I'll be honest. Because I'd have to move back in with my family, and I think I'd lose. I seriously think I'd lose the will to even the will to live. If it went that far. When you don't have any reason to take pride in yourself anymore. When you don't have a reason to get up and say, look here, I did this, I did it on my own. I may have had help getting here, but I paid my dues. I did this. I bought this car, bought this van, I bought this trailer. I had help that made it possible. But in the end, it was me that put in the hours that paid for it. You know, if you don't have anything, you lose your job, you lose your health, you lose your home, you lose your you know uh, and even even if they pick it's just no dignity left. As this is why people end up in government housing. It's like their life just hits the goes straight down, whoosh. Because they look around and everything they've got, it's really somebody else's. Their home, their living in a government house, riding the city bus everywhere, going to the state post office to pick up your federal food stamp, and your federal disability check, and at the end of the day, you look at it all and you realize, you know, I mean, you could be living in a rest home for some ridiculous reason, like and even it was the most comfortable and luxurious thing in the world. You could be living in a 4-star hotel, and your dignity and self-respect just gone. They asked us, so you see these people that living on that for whatever reason are on handouts, and they live and they're they live so terribly. Their house is vile, and their homes are broken down, and their vehicles are up on blocks, and they don't even care for themselves, and they're so far gone that they make a guy like me look respectable, and they're going to look at the and you go, and these people, they go out and they go out on these protests, they trash things, and they the law and all this, and you ask yourself, what happened? Why don't they have any self-control? Don't they have any self-respect? Don't they have any pride, any dignity? No, they don't. If they don't have anything else that is theirs, why should they have any self-respect? Well, pardon. Let's see if I can find that image. If I can find it, I don't know. Let's see here. Okay. Uh, I forgot to save it in a. Uh, PNG format. Uh, you gotta have a reason to think that you're worth something. You have to have a reason to think of that. never understand why this. Why the heck do they have two stages? You put something in a stash and then you move it out to the. Never understand. There we go. There he is, Darth Ted, without his helmet. I wandered way off the track on that. Past 2, maybe past 3 years, particularly the past 2. I suppose most of that would be a nightmare of stress for anybody else. No, I know they are for me. I spend a lot of time just trying to ignore all the swords of Damocles dangling over my head. I've got so many swords of Damocles dangling over my head, it looks like we've got a medieval armory suspended over me, I think. And the best I've managed to do in the past year is just find new things to add to hang over my head. I won't don't try to claim that that's what's drying up my productivity. But I can't help wonder that the reason that I keep going back to the well and it's empty is because I don't know what the cure is, though. Not a clue. It isn't just laziness that drives people to become couch potatoes. It's just a loss of hope. It's defeatism. After about the 100th day of beating your head against a brick wall, there comes a point where you say screw it and I'm going to go home and play World of Warcraft. I'm sorry, I'm dozing off a little bit here, a little tired. A lot stressed. I'm always stressed these days. Just a little worn out. Always tired these days. Always out of juice. Always out of energy. Just not on the top of my game anymore these days, I suppose. Pardon. Oh, YouTuber have a tweeted it. Oh yeah. Let's see. In fact, come to think of it, let's see here. Come. I believe I already tweeted it. Tweeted it, tweedly, twiddly, twiddly dee dee did dee ding ding diddly dido. Here, let's hit it all up. I got a whole row of buttons, Zazzle and Twitter and Foodle, and I tried to do it through Cafe Press, and the instant I created it, ban. We're going to have to review this because we believe that there is a offensive image. Pussies! Zazzle, because Cafe Press is run by pussies. I have no idea what half these buttons are. Okay. I have no idea what Pinterest is or how it works, but I've got it. Do I have Tumblr? Ooh! Cat among the pigeons. Yes, I do have a yes. Okay, whoop-de-doo. Email and to Tumblr and to LiveJournal. Come on, blah, 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 blah. I know what LiveJournal is. Better know what LiveJournal is. Right now, I'm just hoping that somebody starts buying the shirts. I could really stand to sell a few shirts or bumper stickers. I got bumper stickers too. It's only a men's shirt and a bumper sticker. Have I made any sales? Let's see. Sign in. Yay. Current balance, 0. Gift certificate, current balance, 0. Yep. But what I've come to expect from life. I like these two guys. I like to. Hey, can you see this? Can you see it? Let's see here. Let me transfer over. Okay. I've Tumblr, Googled, and Twittered it. I like these two guys. I like these. I feel. Look. I've been saying this ever since the first season. I'm not saying that the show was misandric or is misandric. But My Little Pony Friendship is Magic. Let's put it this way: you pull something out of a pond. Just because something's in a pond doesn't mean it's a fish. but you'd be pretty dumb to think it didn't get wet. Uh, the show My Little Pony, it's one of my favorite shows. It is my favorite show. It is pretty much just about the only show I watch because all the others are on Netflix, and I'm still waiting for them to come up with season 2 of. But anyway, the show. It's so innovative. It didn't treat little girls like toddlers. I've said this before, is that you can tell the difference between things marketed for boys and things marketed for girls. Marketed for girls, you might as well assume that they're marketing it towards somebody half their supposed target age. Like that aunt on A Christmas Story. The kid with the BB gun. He said that he had always sent him stuff every Christmas. She labored under the perpetual delusion that he was years old and also a girl. She sent him this bunny. She sent him pajamas with bunny footies, and it had a bunny ears hood. And he's like 12 years old, and I think that same mentality is what runs most of the children's toy market. They market things for little girls as if they were marketing them to little baby girls, and that's the cardinal sin they commit. But Lauren Faust came out with the show. She wrote a show that was entertaining for little girls. It was also entertaining for the rest. She wrote the show not just for quote-unquote little girls. She wrote it for little girls and the rest of the family sitting on the sofa with her. And so this is a quantum leap ahead. It was positive viewing and positive TV for little girls without being either militantly feminist or demeaning and childish. And that was a big step. But the thing of it is that despite that, this is the entertainment industry, this is Hollywood, this is the TV industry, this is the mainstream media, and you're not going to work in that industry with you're not going to roll with pigs without is what I'm saying. And there are certain there's no misandric ideals off on the show. Snips and Snails, that's the name of the two characters, they're Exhibit A and B, case closed. 2 or 3 episodes. I've got a list of reasons why, they were unconscious, just a little bit misandric here, just a little bit boy bashing. But these two are the closing argument. For the first season, the first half of the first season, you saw almost no male characters. That was a mistake. First of all, the first 2 male characters, other than Spike, that they introduced were these 2 guys. They were not just drawn. They were drawn in a style that made them look. They were drawn to look ugly, gawky. Snips was drawn to look, you've seen the images from the show. He's drawn to look fat and unappealing. He's like a little unicorn Danny DeVito. And his best friend is this gawky guy, huge ears, and I was insulted on behalf of my entire because they were written and stupid. And that was their characterization. They were ugly, stupid, and boys. In fact, look, Snips and Snails and Puppy Dog's Tails. That's what little boys are made of. These guys were the male version of Smurfette. Okay, let's address this. Okay, the Smurfs cartoon. One of the major complaints that women had about the Smurfs was that all the other Smurfs were known by their jobs. Handy Smurf and Brainy Smurf and Farmer Smurf and all the other Smurfs, but the only female character by her gender, Smurfette. And she was blonde Dimbulb. And yeah, she was. And she was there to grow flowers and look pretty. And have all the other male Smurfs over themselves. It was a running gag that every Smurf in Smurf Village sooner or later tried to woo her and ask her for her hand in marriage. And it was kind of sad, but she wasn't demeaned for being female. These guys, Snips and Snails, for the first season, they were pretty much the only male characters you saw, and they were supposed to be the symbol of everything male. They were deliberately designed to appeal to the same kind of people who buy those T-shirts that says "Boys are stupid, throw rocks at them." And I have felt so sorry for them. And what's worse is when they came out with Equestria Girls. The Villainous was Sunset Shimmer. Now, figure Sunset Shimmer is going to have a couple of minions. Evil, mean, nasty, spiteful. Kind of stupid. But I kind of think that these two should have fit the role perfectly. They were already established as bullies. They were already established as being spoiled and egotistical and mean. And if a Villainous was going to have two flunkies, this is how it works in real schools, okay? There are no queen bees who have male flunky minions. They always travel in little herds of mean girls. You'll have, the queen bee and her little hive buzzing around her. Meanest girls in school, and maybe one or two insecure ones at the bottom of the ladder, who take all the brunt of the abuse from the others. Tell me this isn't how it goes. But who do they pick to be the villains? Hench ponies, or rather henchmen? These two. Why? I'll make it straight up for you. A girl like that in a high school would not let two guys like this walk the same hallway with her. These two guys would not, have the writers ever been to high school? The school bitch does not tolerate the presence of bottom feeder boys. But no, let's take these two poor, sad underdogs whose only sin was to be the first two, the archetype of all males for the show, and make them into villains. Oh, I wish to God that just one of the writers on that show would give these poor two guys a break. Because I can relate to these two characters far better than I would ever relate to somebody like Shining Armor. I like Shining Armor, but I was the school toe cheese when I was a kid. I was nerd, geek, spaz, losers. Considered loathsome by other human beings, and I could so relate to these guys, and you can't tell me that there are guys out there that they feel like the underdog. They feel like the waste left behind by the rest of the school. And what do we give the girls? Young, smart, clever, funny, likable characters. What is this? Wished I haven't some on that show would see the point I'm making and go, let's give these guys a dance, and point out that the unpretty, the look, they'll do an episode where they show that the unpretty girl is a person too. What about the unhandsome guys? What about the boys who aren't athletic or smart or good looking or popular? Why don't they get a little love and compassion and sympathy? Tell me that. Huh? Anybody. Well, the shirt, it's in men's shirts. I was unaware of special T-shirts. Why are women always borrowing men's clothes if they really? Yeah, all I have to do is put in the orders, and just I got to run it through the system to get it to make each style of shirt individually. That's the thing of it. I just have to sit down and tell it to make women's T-shirts with the same logo. My sympathy goes out to you. I remember reading. There was at least a few people that understood what I was saying, that sympathized. One guy wrote a fan fiction. It was just a story about them, Snips and Snails, just a day in their life, and it told how they had been invited to Silver Spoon's Cucinera, and Tierra pretended to invite as their date, And they show up as dressed up as best they can, and you know, they were the laughing stock, instant laughing stock of everybody there. And one sentence was the saddest one. Always, all the other kids laughed too. Like, who cared? It was just Snips and Snails. It was just a. It was very well written. It was a very subtle dig. Over and over again, it would take the story took subtle little digs at how they were marginalized just because they were boys. They had Snails asking his teacher, "What about Cutesnaras for boys?" And she said, "Oh well, Cutesnaras are for girls. They're not for boys." He said, "Why not?" And she just sits there. And it just little scenes in that story. Snips after girls had humiliated them at the party. His first question out of his mouth, see his dad is, "Dad, did a girl ever call you a troll?" You see, it's funny. It's funny when they do it to boys. To everybody except the boy. That was the hypocrisy of the whole. You remember they called it Derpygate. The character Derpy Hooves. Gray character, background character with blonde Pegasus, yellow mane Pegasus with bubble cutie mark. The fans loved her. They adopted her. The animators started putting her all in the place. And then the first time she had a speaking line. She was called Derpy by Rainbow Dash, and it turns out she was sweet, but she was clumsy. And the opening scene, she accidentally broke a few things. Just the typical. And some bunch, apparently 2 or 3 soccer moms. I hate calling them soccer moms because soccer moms are at least taking care of their kids, getting them back and forth, making sure they go to their sports and stuff. The proper term is helicopter mom. The ones that hover over their precious angel to make sure nothing bruises their boo-boos. Got their panties in a twist because Derpy, they said Derpy means retarded. And you made this little girl pony a retarded pony, and they were so offended, and they went back in and censored the cartoon, changed her name, erased her name, changed her voice, fixed her eyes, and you just mangled her, and people were upset. And the hypocrisy of it was, where were these self-righteous harridans back when Snips and Snails right there? I mean, Snips and Snails were presented, I like pudding. Stupid. They were drawn to be ugly. They were written to be stupid. And they were literally an insult, just by their names, against every little boy on the planet. Where were these self-righteous social justice warriors when Snips and Snails came on stage, I like this artist's work. I've seen many other pictures by him, and it's very nice. Shadow Squirrel on DeviantArt, and I particularly like how he managed to make both Snips and Snails look much better. Just looking at this picture is a much better style in the way they look like themselves, but they still are drawn much better, much more appealing. And less like an ugly caricature. These guys are Exhibit A on just how hypocritical our society is about how boys are treated versus how girls are treated. You can stomp all over little boys all you want, but take a poke at girls, and it's, oh, misogyny. Oh, you've triggered me. And the soccer moms and social justice warriors come out of the woodwork to claw at you with your press-on talons. And here we have Darth Tid. Yay. Those aren't freckles. They're supposed to be zits. I don't know from drawing zits, so there you have it. This was the most douchebag-looking hairstyle I could think of. So, there you go. The ad for the Zazzle. I'm sorry. This whole issue with Snips and Snails. I think that they've been the I don't want them to do to these guys what they did to Derpy. They eventually brought Derpy back in episode 100 with her normal characterization, but these guys need their own moment in the sun. You just one episode to point out, little boys have feelings too. And if it's wrong to treat if it's wrong to treat one way, it's wrong to treat boys that way too. Our society are treated as expendable and defective by. There's two ways for a child to behave in school, like a proper, well-adjusted little student, or like a boy. Children, girls are told behavior is wrong. Just being a boy, just playing, talking, and running around like a boy, normal, healthy, energetic boy, is treated like a perversion. And they hit the teen years, and they're told that anything but a life support system for a rampaging dick. You're an uncontrollable hormone ball. Here's some condoms, and we're giving whistles so that they can prepare for whenever you're in the neighborhood. When they're told that they're treated like second-class citizens in college. They're treated like second-class citizens in the workplace. This is the future that boys of this generation have to look forward to. And what's more appalling is that you You know, men can go up in front of society, show you and the wounds still bleeding on them, and society at their complaints. A woman can say something as batshit insane as all sex, even between a married couple, is rape. They can say that a man can rape you without ever laying a hand on you. The criticism I got from other people about my give me post-traumatic stress disorder. They can say any batshit insane thing they want, and legions of people will arise to praise them and pet them and promote them and throw money at them and call them heroes. But a man stands up and says, my wife cheated on me with a pool boy. She ran off with him through a divorce. She sued for divorce. She took everything, even the kids, who she beats when she's drunk, when she's not too drunk, which is all the time. And she's suing me. She takes all my money every month, and now she's suing me for more. And I don't think that's fair. And everybody says, "Oh, you're such a pussy. Man up." They wonder why they call men immature for not wanting to commit to marriage. No, this is called a survival instinct. These nails are a picture of what young and men, this is what young boys have to look forward to in our society. To be abused, belittled, and portrayed as ugly freaks. Even as that same holding them upside down by the ankles, shaking them down for change. All the goodies. And it's men's own natures that play against them in this whole mess. There is this cultural attitude back, as far as humanity, that if a man's supposed to be strong and stoic, and he's supposed to be less of a man if he complains. Oh, quit whining like a woman. But they're driving nails through my eyes. Shut up, you. They stole my home and set my car on fire, and you're such a woman. They passed laws that basically enslaved me. Oh, shut up. Be a man. Boys don't cry, do they? We forgot how to tell our sons how to cry and still be a man. It's interesting that Asians don't have this trouble. They don't have that particular problem. Uh, Tears of rage is not just an empty trope for them. In fact, they have. I once saw a Japanese manga version of the Incredible Hulk. They do that. Marvel Comics turned the characters over to Japanese artists and manga writers, and the in every panel, the Incredible Hulk had tears streaming down his face. That made no sense. But to the Japanese, a man with emotion was not unmanly. Tears of grief, rage, passion, they're considered acceptable, normal. It's a trope to draw a tear in a man's eyes in Japanese comic books. Give them this much. They didn't forget that men can feel things passionately too. Oh, man's allowed a man in Western society is allowed to be angry. But if he cries, he's a pussy. And anything he has to say is to be ignored. You can't, a real man wouldn't be hurt, wouldn't have hurt feelings. Oh, you got plenty of men who cry in our society now because they're taught to, they're taught to cry like women. There's a difference. That fellow who landed a probe on a comet, like 1 billion miles out in space. One of the great achievements of humanity, great achievement of science. And he was wearing a shirt, it was pseudo Hawaiian print, had cartoon pictures of scantily clad women all over it. And the feminists went on their usual tear-filled screaming hissy fit. And they didn't let up until he literally came on TV and gave a weepy, whimpery apology. That's not what I mean, like crying like a man. You can't tell me that this isn't having an effect on the. You can't tell me that young boys aren't sitting. Why am I the ugly one in this situation? Why? Kids aren't dumb. They know when they're not being treated fairly. The only reason they don't say anything is because they haven't learned the vocabulary. The show American Dad can die in a fire. And so can Seth MacFarlane. Seth MacFarlane is a nasty, repulsive excuse for a human being. I despise him and everything he's created. And he returns the feeling. He hates Christians. He hates America. He's made a career out of appealing to the lowest, stupidest layers of the idiocracy. Can you say loathsome? I knew you could. How do you say loathsome? Seth MacFarlane. There we go. No. When your highest selling point is the fact that you make a movie that's just full of profanity and nastiness, just nasty, filthy, gross, the guy makes them to watch. You want to grab the guy and go, no, you're not edgy, you're nasty. Go out and say homosexuality is perverted, disgusting. There's your edgy. Go out and say that this, women are given obscene privileges in the society. Oh, that'll get you right on the edge, right there. Go out and say our society is filth. And you can't stop it because they scream censorship if you try. Oh, there you go. Go out and say that maybe try and say just you want to know who rules you. See who you can't criticize. Take a minute to ask yourself, who are you afraid? Think of something you'd want. Think about some group, something that you to make sure no one heard you before you said it. Ta-da! You just figured out who's your master. The only people you to revile and abuse in this society are the ones who actually built it. Americans, the Western society has become like a spoiled, rebellious teenager. We're talking the ungrateful little shits that are so nasty you just want to smack them just by looking at them. Walk into the living room and tell their parents, read off a tirade about how you're racist and sexist and you're disgusting and I hate everything about you. Now, that's the role we play. We're here for them to abuse us and to give them money for it. We're a cross between a whipping post and a piggy bank. White, heterosexual, male, Christian. Oh, God, have pity on your soul now. There are some ugly, unpleasant things we have to say that nobody is willing to point out anymore. And if they do, they lump you in with the KKK or with the skinheads or the New Aryans or all this other crap, and it's bull crap. We're supposed to flog ourselves over the sins of the white race, but to talk about any other race's shortcomings is racist. Love that one. It's not about genetics, it's about culture. This is one of the things that gets me about the way we talk about racism in our society. People reason as if they were children. You hate each other because of the color of their skin. That's so silly. No, it's not about the color of the skin. Look, it's about the cultural clashes between the two groups represented by those skin colors. People don't go around, they see, people don't walk around, they look around and they see, this person has an unusual color of skin. I think I shall hate them for the rest of my life. Just because their pigmentation is different. No! What happened is that 50, 20, 30, 50, 100, 2,000, 1,000 years ago, a group of people with their skin color met a group of people with your skin color, and it went really badly. I mean, think about it. The Hatfields and the McCoys, even the Hatfields and the McCoys had to start for a reason. Even the Hatfields, you know why? You know why that whole Ozark family feud started? Because of a stolen actual reason for it initially. It wasn't just because one day the McCoys woke up and decided that they were going to hate on the name Hatfield. Well, why the Hatfields? It's their turn this week. No! They had a reason. And let's be frank, back in that time, a pig was a fairly substantial reason. Livestock could be a life or death issue for people. And every time they came together, the strife carried on. Look, the race issues we had in America could have withered and died on the vine, except for the Civil War. The North and the South were both equally racist. In fact, if you ask a black man who had lived both in the North and South, they'd flat out tell you that the racism they encountered in the North was worse. Yeah, they had slaves in the South, but they also had free black people, and the white people in the South were used to neighbors or black co-workers or working out in the field with the black slaves that their family owned. And they did, to some extent, have a culture in common. But in the North, they had lost their slaves all the way, pretty much all the way back to the war, and so had, and between that and the climate not being conducive to growing lots of cotton, they gave up slavery, but they also never acclimated to having black people living with them. The South, in general, the rights they had outlined in their Constitution protected African Americans better than the ones in the North did. That's the irony of it. But the North came down to war on the South. And when they started losing the war, they played people by race baiting, basically. They suddenly switched tune. They weren't just saving the Union, they were freeing the slaves. It wasn't until after the end of the war before they finally let the last of the slaves go. And they started this campaign. And naturally, after the burning of Atlanta, they came down and raped the South, looted and plundered and burned miles of territory just to break their spirit. For having the audacity to try and secede. The South, and then when the war was over, carpetbaggers moved in, and basically the South, which had been treated like a before the Civil War, became one in truth afterward, and the entire the Northerners were marching around, praising themselves for freeing, demonizing as evil, racist slave owners, and basically guaranteeing that the resentment and rage of the Southerners would fester for another 100 years. And during the 60s, apparently people couldn't learn from history. There was a proper way to go about doing things. Marching in with armed soldiers probably wasn't it. An interesting little point of history. The race riots of the 60s and 70s took place almost entirely in northern cities. Interesting fact to chew on. If the South was so much more racist than the North, why were all the race riots in northern cities? Food for thought. A lot of food for thought. not supposed to do things. Because questioning the narrative is racist. It's unbelievable to the typical person nowadays to imagine that the South could be absolutely wrong about slavery and still be in the right about seceding. There's cognitive dissonance for them. They sit there, bling, does not compute. Had no right to secede just because of the slavery issue. Then what about America as a whole? America owned slaves. All 13 colonies owned slaves. Unpleasant little fact there. That didn't negate their right to decide that they no longer wanted anything to do with the government of Great Britain and break away. Did the cry of free the slaves validate the North marching in and using violence to coerce the South? Staying. They didn't go down there to free the slaves. They went down there to stop the South being the Union. And I came to the conclusion long ago that their motivation was not. What was their, you got to ask yourself, what was their motivation in forcing the South to stay in the Union? There were a dozen different ways they could without forcing the South to stay in the Union. So, that was not their motivation. What was? The old saying, follow the money. North was rich, but it got rich largely off the South. It boils down to two very strong motivations. Is that first of all, uh, if the South left, they lost all that tax revenue. Second of all, they had tons of protective tariffs uh, that were making the South very angry because it was making it impossible. The South would sell their merchandise because the tariffs. And the Northerners first, the Northerners were all, let them go, let them go. But then, if uh, they won't be enforcing our tariffs anymore. They won't be obeying our tariffs anymore. And all the countries that we've been these high tariffs and trade with the South instead of. And then, after this started getting passed around, the call for war got started. This is how it started. It was never about freeing the slaves. The slaves got freed as a consequence. But of how it was done was too high. It cost our nation its freedom. To be a state, a United States, and we became a federalized, centralized government that has done nothing but grow and grow and grow and grow ever since. A government that eats sustenance. Wastes the lives of our children in illicit wars. Drives us to ruin with the Federal Reserve, tyrannizes us with an unaccountable, with an ever larger, unelectable bureaucracy, including dozens of the NEA, the IRS, and on and on. everything that we complained about King George government does to us now. And it does it bigger and worse. The average tax burden a peasant suffered was 1/4. Our government charges us an average of 1/3 of all we make. You labor February to April, nothing. And the government's spendthrift ways are so bad, you could literally take the wealth of every millionaire and every corporation in the United States. You could take the wealth of everybody making more than $500,000 a year. You could just every corporation, every major company, every millionaire, and you could put it all together, and it would literally not pay a year of the entitlements that the U.S. government is handing out. Do you get that? We could liquidate America and not pay off 1 year's bill. Can you dig it? Our forefathers would be standing going, my God, why haven't you set Washington on fire yet? Moo. We've lost this nation. We've lost this nation, and we're not getting it back. Because nobody's willing to pay the price it would take. We haven't got a politician in America who's willing to go the distance. Every politician that we've had, every statesman, every candidate we've ever had, who's been bits in the wind, the instant things get the least bit rough, they fold like wet toast. Whoop! I'm not campaigning anymore. I've got interests at home. I want to spend more time with my grandchildren. So sorry to get your hopes up that we would go back to anything. You know. And we're very, very foolish. Christians in particular are very, very foolish about the oncoming demise. You tell the average Christian that America is about to go into a horrible collapse, and they say, oh, well, I trust in Jesus, and Jesus will protect me, and Jesus will this, and Jesus will that, and Jesus will come in and swoop me up in his chariot, just before things get bad. And did you know how many did you know that there were millions of Christians who died in the concentration camps too? Well, you don't hear too much because the focus is on the Jews and their suffering. I wonder how many of those Christians rolled into the death camps, still waiting for Jesus to drop down them up like Scotty. Very simple. Your world end. Because your whole world is about to end doesn't mean the rest of the world is going with it. And Jesus' return is not plan. It's not an emergency hatch. It's not a trap door. It's not an escape pod that you can jump aboard just as the ship blows. God for us when He comes for us. But looking around, seeing your country and your world going into calamity and concluding that you don't have to worry about it because God's going to pop a trapdoor under you just before it hits the fan, that's stupid. There are people who have died in gulags and death camps that if they'd gotten off their asses and started fighting to save their country from the ones taking it over, instead of passively sitting around waiting for Jesus to swoop them away in His aeroplane, millions might have been saved from horrible deaths. But oh no. These are the kind of people who would have stood on the shores of England and tried to pray. Well, as to that, trust in God, but tie up your camel. God makes no noise that He's going to rescue us. In fact, He says that is going to be a very common feature for life for all of us in one form or another. You may have to actually stop. You may have to actually stop praying once in a while to get up and fight for your survival. I've seen movies came out, old black and white movies back in the day, and they were about the times of early Christianity in Rome. And I remember one in particular, we watched it in our history class. It showed all these Christians meekly coming out of their pens, the Colosseum. Just stood there with rapturous looks on their faces and started singing a hymnal as the lions were released. I hate to break the illusion. The Bible says that the Apostle Paul went to the arenas at least a couple of times. And he had to fight for his life. Note, fight for his life. He didn't just stand there singing a hymnal while the lions ate on him. He fought. If suicide is a sin, then what is throwing your life away when you could save it? What do you suppose God thinks of us when we throw away our country? Where, thanks to its protections, its rights, and its freedoms, and the sacrifices of millions of God-fearing Christian people who came before us, that it has become a haven for millions. Thanks to that, the gospel has spread from America all over the world. What do you suppose he thinks when we don't want to fight to save our nation from an by its enemies, within and without? To sit down and accept your fate. And recognize that someday you have to die, and you have. And someday, someday, your nation will fade away. Your king, your country, your culture, everything, all the things that you take for granted, will fade away in their time. There's a big difference between that and the passive suicide that so many of us seem to be eager to commit. Cartoon. Let's switch subjects. Okay, Cartoon Glutton 326. I'm a lover of stories on film fiction. You recently made a suggestion of an idea in your blog post. I suggested a possible event that could happen in the comments. What do you think of it? I don't know what you're referring to, so I don't know. Pardon. I do not know to which you refer. You'll have to spell it out a little bit. Okay, I'll be right back. A Kickstarter to colorize? Well, that's a nice idea. I'll have to. That's an idea. I'll have to think that one over. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. What would the Kickstarter be? Uh, a redux of all the comics. Let's see here. Let me look at the files here. Um, strips. Uh, there are, counting the most recent run, 950 nip and tuck are already colorized. Oh, there's a kicker. Uh, uh, use GIFs, or GIFs, whatever you want to call them. Just shut up. I can't believe that they're still making an issue whether you pronounce it GIFs or GIFs. Let's see. Are the Fun Day strips in there? Well, anyway. Come on. I need a font. Okay, the Kickstarter idea. I'm not sure about that. I don't know. There's something to think. Let me think about it. I got to think about that a lot. Okay. Kickstarter. Yeah, I do need a serious influx of cash right about now. So any ideas are kind of tempting. However, what would I be packaging it as? A re. Uh, Here comes the question. The goal is just to what are they? Uh, a new archive of strips online. A book, e-drawn. That idea. Do it a redux. There are 900 strips, approximately. 900. For every $10 raised, I redo another strip, starting with 0000. Every new strip, uh, let's see, and however many, when it's done, uh, should I make them should I make it a hard copy book or a download or what? Of course, when I make it a book, that includes printing costs, and maybe I should just. I've already got one book project that I'm working on. Is that okay? I redo a strip. However many strips are that way that decides how many strips go into the new book. There won't be any. I won't be able to do any like signed copies or anything like that. It'll just be a new book available through kablam.com. It's on demand, downloadable, whatever. Keep it simple. Don't make too many alterations. That kind. Shoot, if I could get $10 for every strip, $9,000. Holy crap! Of course, they'll be posted on site, but they'll also be put together in a book and made available as Nip and Tuck Redux. Okay, that works. That's a workable idea. I've forgotten the number of the strip I was working on. Okay, some of them are like the redneck rebuttals. Those are just print overs, redo. I'll have to spruce those up in a new way. Maybe make entirely new art for them. Oh, pardon. Marmaduke. Thinking of how to promote this. There are over 900 strips in the Nip and Tuck archives. Most of them could use a serious facelift. Oops. That's an easier way. Well, it's quite frankly, I've got to do something because everything except about $700. I put $700 my Kablam account to cover, covering the cost of printing out the copies that I'll need to sign and mail to people. So I've not only spent the also got had to set aside a huge to spend later. I got to get rid of this Summertime Girls one. God, I'm such a okay. I'll work on that. Let's see. Let's, let's see. Where are you? Where are you guys? I opened up a page. Oh yeah, I did. Uh, I'm still tempted to do the girly pinup strips. I'm a I'm a male. I get you know I like scantily clad women as much as the next one. I don't know. It's I'm so torn on it. You know, I'm so torn. That's a quirk with how the strips are named and how the thing files them. I really don't know how to fix that. So, uh, please, if I start drawing books full of girls in bikinis and stuff, uh, I'm not sure where that might lead. Because there is even as glutted as the market is, there is no easier way money than to sell sex. And it wouldn't be long before people, if I started pinning up pictures, I used to post pictures. I didn't think a thing of it, and posted of of the Pops Auto girls. Heck, the Pops Auto girls were cheesecake to begin with, and not be long before people would start waving money in my face, asking for a little bit less clothing. Drawings I did, cat girl dancing. It was very pretty pictures, very dynamic artwork. I was very pleased with it. I posted it online and sold it and went for about $50. I was told flat out that if I had, she wasn't, she was a furry character, and she, nothing, wasn't naked. She was covered in fur, but I was told flat out that if I'd drawn her anatomically correct, given her a couple of nipples, the price probably would have gone up about a couple $100. that, that sex and money. Look, Lot never thought he was going to live in the middle of when he started out. Found him though. I succumb to sin too easily as it is. It was a foolish thing to think about doing, and it might have been arguably permissible, but it would have led to other things. And there's a part of me that wishes I would let it. That I would just let go and fall back into money that would come from it. What goals should I set? 1,000? 2,000? I think 2,000 is enough. Think of 1,000. Um, no, 2,000. Just stick with that. Now, the question is, what sort of incentives or rewards, if any, should I offer? Two thousand is the first 200. I can't begin to imagine that people would that I would end up raising $9,000. If it goes above 9,000, I'll have to draw new strips. Okay, I'm getting most of the details up right now. Oh, Netfox, no, it's not going to be $2,000 for all of them. It's going to be $10 for each strip. So the $2,000 is the first goal. We'll cover the first 200 strips. If I get over 9,000, I'll have to start drawing new strips. So, if I get over 9,000, I'll probably have a heart attack. I still can't believe I raised 5,000 at the campaign. Then I see the list of all the people that still have in the strip, and yeah, I can believe it. Okay, let's see here. 4, 5, 7, 5. Okay. Oh dear. Let's see here. They want a routing number and an account number. They've changed a few things. Okay, let's. By golly, oh geez. There we go. Whoop-de-doodles. Let's see here. I'm digging through crap here. I'm trying to find stuff. Okay, checking. Okay. Okay. Okay, let's see here. Just watching this. Really? trying to change that phone number. It's an old one. Oh, not what I'm looking for. Just worry about that later. It's a bit touchy. Alrighty. Okay. It's going to be about 3 days before they notify me approved or not. So, that takes care of it. The thing about paper cuts, healing them with chap. There. Well, Okay, it is 10 p.m. Let's see here. I'll go ahead and post the redrawn strip here. Hmm. Here we go, nip and tuck. Publish. There. I feel so I apologize. Spazzed out a little bit early on in the show. Like I said, I'm starting to wonder if maybe the reason that what I was really driving at early on is that maybe the reason that my productivity dried up so is because I was just so strung out from stress. Uh, I mean, last year was absolute hell. I mean, trips to the emergency room, two different operations, and a third stay at the hospital just to have uh, antibiotics pumped into me. Uh, my plumbing burst there in January, and there was nothing I could do to get it fixed. But thank God, and thank you, Daniel Meyer, for your donation of the PEX pipe that was used to fix it, and thank you to my sister and brother-in-law, particularly my brother-in-law, who when they came over, they my sister and her daughter cleaned cleaned up the trailer a bit, and my brother-in-law fixed the pipes, and there you have it. And but it was just last month, and but just everything came apart at the last year, and nothing together since. And quite a few things have gotten time, and it's uh, I denial, and now my legs are getting worse. Actually, the swelling is spread up above my knee and the inside of my thigh. I got too big. Just there's just no cure for it, and the treatments involve either employed nurses, heavy machinery, or both. It's just something I am going to have to live with the rest of my life, and acknowledging that is killing me too. And I was told I had high blood sugar to boot. I'm pre-diabetic, according to the doctor. So it's not been a good year or so. And my inability to power through and produce more art is not making things any better. Hungry right now, and I really don't want to try and eat any. I bought like some cheap junky food, trying to stretch my money. I bought some like ramen type noodles and some ravioli and canned ravioli. If I eat canned ravioli right now, I'd be up all night. Up all night anyway, but I mean, I'd be up all night miserable. Just choosing, not something you want to eat late at night, no. And there's And, oh, by the way, thank you to whoever just sent a donation. I will not because people don't like that. I'm going to order a. Be right back. Right back. Yes, I'd like to order. My name is Ralph Hayes. I live at 300 Starlight Drive, Lot 51 in Starlight Trailer Park. I would like to order. Let's see here. I'm trying to pull up the menu here. A medium cheese pizza. Liter. Okay. I think, and nothing's happening. Make that a pepperoni pizza. Just a second. Okay, I'm back. Are you there? Hello, can you hear me? Yes, yes. Okay. Uh, okay. Second thought. Could I change the meat to something else? Um, make it a ribeye steak, foot long, sub. Cheese, mushroom, green peppers on yeah. And my card number 5581 5880 7914 And I'm back. So, ordered a sandwich. A little indulgent, but I'm hungry and I don't trust my own cooking. I swear, I don't know what it is. What is it about being a bachelor and cooking your own food that infuses it with evil? Testing, testing. My mic is off. Let me. Is that better? Let's see here. Testing, 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 testing. I practically got the microphone. Can you hear me? Is there anybody out there? Anyone who feels the pain? Anyone who feels the same? Hey, hey. Netfox was saying my voice was like a whisper. I was talking on the telephone to the delivery people. And I'm back. I was tempted to order some Ben & Jerry's, but I resisted. I need to eat, but I don't need to be chucking back any chunky monkey. This monkey's already chunky enough, thank you. For those who missed it, this is me. Let me switch over here. You know what I'm saying? Here, let me hear. They really do need, they need some love. I mean, it just. You were probably here for that rant already, but I really like how this artist has re-rendered them. His style is very nice. You want to reach in and pick up the characters and cuddle them. And he does a lot of My Little Pony artwork, and it's very nice. It's very well done. Let's see. Let's see. And very charming and sweet character. He adds a lot of vitality to the character. Let's be honest, the artwork of the show itself it's very, very good. The animation is very, very good. But it doesn't hold a candle to what most of the fans do themselves. Look at this guy. Let's pull up this guy's gallery. Is there a scroll button for this? They need a scroll button so you can scroll through. Here we go. They have it. Just just adding the third dimension a little bit more, just like you could reach in and pet them. Somebody has some, Thief or Flash Sentry. I am never going to get over the fact that Flash Sentry got so much hate solely for the crime of being a nice guy to Twilight Sparkle. I'll never get over that. It just shows just how shallow people can be. It really is. I love this guy's work, or this girl. Is it a guy or a girl? It's AP Shadow Squirrel. That could be anything. It's oh, Seed. Great potential of a story tragically wasted on bad philosophy. Song, a really relatable story. I mean, a kid alive who, or there isn't a and had to deal with a bully at some point in their life, and that they what is it is a it's just so things about our society today that they opted to go with the if you fight back you're just as bad as the bully. And you wonder, you look at the news, and our people are we who think that if we fight back against headlock, that we are the monsters. How pervasive this moral ambiguity has become, where you are a monster if you fight back against a bully. How, a society that will not take its own side in an argument will not survive. And it doesn't deserve to. So much potential to say something good and great, and it was lost. Wasted. Everybody's sweet on Silver Spoon, I've noticed. Everybody, they pity her and they sympathize with her because she's the tag-along to Diamond Tiara. And she's had a few moments in the show where she's redeemed herself. She applauded Granny Smith, for instance. That turned around a lot of people's opinion of her, and it's really unusual. That they really need to work on that. I mean, they went out of their way with Babs Seed, but they still are left with a couple of bullies who are nothing but cardboard cutouts. I don't understand why people hate on Twist. Twist, she's adorable. Came out, worst pony ever. Now I think there's an remember the episode Amending Fences? Now there's an episode where that's something they need to do with Apple Bloom. I mean, it was pretty much indicated at the first time when the Cutie Mark Crusaders were introduced that originally apparently Apple Bloom and Twist were best friends, and then the very next episode you never saw Twist with them again. And somebody's got to step up and mention that. Everybody remembered Twilight Sparkle's old friends from episode 1. And they weren't even really her friends. They were just her, people she hung out with. But nobody asks, what did Apple Bloom's abandonment due to Twist? But a new episode, guys. I'll say this. Discord. This is a character that shouldn't have happened. And they're like, oh, critic. No, come on. He was supposed to be a one-shot. He's too powerful. He's a game breaker. They did nothing to, episode where it was revealed that he had lost most of his. Everything that came since then would have been more powerful. But just had the biggest episode of brain damage ever, letting him loose. She let him loose as is, with only the world's weakest willed pony as a response. And I'm sorry, they should have brought Sunset Shimmer back to Equestria. Can you imagine that? You're an adult. Being an adult. You're an adult, studied under royalty. Do you get what I'm saying? Studied under royalty, under the most powerful entity on the planet, no less. You probably have more doctorates in what you have studied than most people have degrees on a thermometer. She was supposed to have been every bit the prodigy that Twilight Sparkle was. And she's supposed to have given up everything, including her own body, to go be a queen bee at a public high school. First of all, as an adult, I would rather have my left nut surgery than have to go back to high school. And second of all, to be forced to live, she's homeless. To go in a palace. Even if you have to go back and mend fences and make up, and face the music, still, living at home in your own body where you're means something. It's the same. It's like that same thing where people who have doctorates and they come to America, and because they're from some country that our country is quibbling with, none of their doctorates or master's degrees or PhD matter. And who could build a rocket for NASA ends up working at the slushy mart. And it's only worse because she was a unicorn. She had magic. Can you imagine having, imagine waking up one morning and remembering that you used to be a Jedi. Okay? You had the Force. You could point your hands at things and shoot lightning out of your finger. And you wake up one morning and it's gone. You're telling me that she chose to live as a homeless cripple in an alien world, rather than go back, put up with those and and no. That is just one of the 10,000 reasons I hate girls. Yeah. Well, uh, I personally prefer how I had it written. It goes down to you read Parting Words and The Great Alicorn Hunt. It boils down to the fact that in Parting Words, Twilight finally calls the old woman out and lays into Celestia for all her best choice and stupid plotting and scheming and puppeteering. And I had it turn out in The Great Alicorn Hunt that the reason that a big chunk of the reason that Sunset Shimmer had parted ways with Celestia was because, doggone it, she figured out that Celestia was using her. I do not consider the comics are not canon. Official word, they're not really canon, so I don't even count the comics. The comics are, and they have some interesting ideas on occasion, but for the most part, they're pretty awful. They've become an outlet for the writers' Mary Sue original characters. And these are just terrible, awful, bad. The origin of the change. I wish the show writers would get on, start explaining some of this back. Waiting for them to pull it together and explain how the hell exactly the elements of harmony and the tree of harmony. What the heck is all that about? Because they use these 6 elements and they them twice. So, no. That is the cutest picture of Cheerilee I've ever seen in my life. So cute. I like that they officially shipped her with Big Mac. There, yeah. Every time they have a heterosexual couple on that show, I enjoy a little taste of Schadenfreude. I am so sick. I am so sick of the sex freaks, perverts, railroading the fandom. Turning it into a lesbian outlet store. What the heck is wrong? We've got people doing things in the name of being a fan that used to be called warning signs. Okay, there are people out there drawing porn of apple bloom, and not always an adult apple bloom. That's horror. That's that's horrifying, or it should be horrifying that anybody thinks that is, just how socially adjusted do you have to be drawing porn, a pre-adolescent character, posting it online where millions of people next to your name, and get if anybody tries to tell you is not within acceptable norms. Some of the people out there, I mean, we're talking Asperger's here, and that's if I'm being generous and crediting them with some sort of handicap to explain their obliviousness to their problem. I remember back in the years, but way back when I was in the furry fandom, I heard about people. You go to conventions, and these people just had absolutely no clue how to behave like they walked on their hind legs. They had a story about a guy who would go. They would go down. The people who run the convention. They'd go down. They'd find a guy sitting in the middle of the dining room, where families with their children reading, and he had furry pedo porn. It says, he propped up against his leg while he sat there drawing new stuff on full display for everybody in the whole place to see, completely oblivious to that kind of stuff would have gotten him set on. And people out there that got angry and upset and offended if you said, no, put that stuff under the table. Get it out of here. That's nasty. Stop it. It's better with people who behave like they never learned to stop picking their nose in public. It's worse dealing with the ones who get outraged and say, how dare you stop me from digging for my boogers, and make a point of eating them while you watch. I love this picture right here. Okay, let's shift a mood shift here. That is so them. The silver spoon here looks like she's having a blast. I did a couple of these before. Multiple images of the characters' faces that I do. I never refer to them ever again. I never remember to. I always have some more original facial expression. Every one of these just absolutely gorgeous pictures. I absolutely love them. And I'm like, this guy is just doing it just for the love. What does that tell you? Just out there. So much skill. People incapable of such incredible things, and 99% of it goes to waste. They're never appreciated. They're never. The best they get, if they're lucky, is some fans and maybe a couple of commissions. Meanwhile, people with 1/10 the talent and 20 times the ego are in the mainstream making all the big bucks. It's like finding out Pavarotti is serving exercise for a living while is putting on a concert. I love this one. I love this one too. Yeah, I Spike, and I could see it. Let's face it, Spike was the first, Spike's crush is the closest thing they've had to an ongoing romance in the show. And it just really strikes me as that's why the end of Nix's family, I had Rarity realizing, this is I've been turning my nose up at him, but this is a guy that went to the wall for me over and over again. Perfect, but he's there. I mean, think about it. Think about what has gone through for her. He's barely the size of a bread box, and he took on 3 Diamond Dog. He'll drop anything to help her. He'll even let her use. He'll even let her as a pincushion. That's above and beyond just a crush. The Fiendship comics, I have not read any of the new IDW comics. I haven't seen them. I've and I think they've written. No, the origins of the villains they come up with just really don't fit that well. No. Come in. Come on in. My bear. How's it going, man? I plead the fifth.
There you go. I got you right there.
Yeah.
Right there.
Thank you.
Yep.
Let me sign this.
Oh, certainly. Well, you take care. And... Oh,
well, that's my pen. That's
yeah,
it.
Yeah. There's your receipt.
First time for everything.
Oh, okay.
You take care of yourself.
Now we'll see you later on.
All right. That was dinner arriving. Yes. Quite. Well. I shall track this artist down and eat it and steal their magic powers. Sculptor, too, my word. Some days you just want to just lay down the pencil and walk off and say, I give up. Oh, my. Oh, okay. This is my lunch, dinner, whatever. Luncheon. Oh, hot. Burned my fingers. We've lost our way as a people. I've harped on this to 1,000 different ways. You were saying about people. That shit, Starbucks cheese. Imagining themselves as they became as fools. I pointed this out over. No, I mean, does I wonder if anybody else gets what I'm saying here. If anybody else gets the epiphany that I felt when I say this, that everybody has all these different theories about why our society is falling apart, and they go, oh, the 60s, oh, the 70s, oh, the 80s, or oh, and oh, the rock and roll music, oh, or the drug culture and alcohol and rock, it's just all these different explanations. But you point out the simplest one. That for almost 100 years now we've had government runs. For over 100 years now we've had a government-run schools, and since 1925 those government-run schools have taught evolution, and all the pro-evolutionists are unscientific. You're being unscientific. But here's where the crux of the matter is that the first lesson of evolution, of the hypothesis of evolution, is that the Bible isn't true. You cannot believe the Bible and believe evolution at the same time. It's just not possible. Because the first thing is that the book of Genesis, which establishes in the Bible how sin and death entered the world, the first thing evolution says is that is all a fairy tale. When it's being generous. But when they're really up to steam, they'll admit what they're saying, that the Bible, that Genesis and everything after it is a lie. For 90 years, the government has used the public school system to teach every single school child. Every single school child since 1925 has spent 12 years, or longer if they get a college education, at least 12 years under the control of a government-run public education system that tells them for 12 years that the Bible is a lie. You get somebody before the age of 15, you've got them for life. Your parents were taught this, your grandparents were taught this, and more than likely your great-grandparents were taught this. What do you expect to happen to a society whose key core faith, even if you don't believe Christianity, what do you expect to happen to a country whose key religion is methodically attacked by its own government for 90 years? the source of its culture, its philosophy, its morals, its ethics, its values. By overeducated elitists as a, and we let our own government do it to us. Free daycare for the kids. Hip hip hooray. What are we going to have? What price are we going to pay for government health care? Now that we've seen what government child care has done, let's ask what government health care is going to do. Think about it. The price we pay for government handouts goes beyond the price of the money we pay. It goes beyond the taxes. It goes straight to our values. Because in order for us to have government health care, we're going to have to accept things like death panels. We are going to have to accept a government dictating who lives and who dies, and they're going to do it by having bean counters decide. We're going to have to accept that whole new morality in order to choke it down. When the government gives you something, when man's laws and man's government give you something, they only give it to you because they are taking twice as much away. When they give you a handout, they're not just taking money from the people. They're taking their freedom. They're taking their choices. They're taking their morals. Because you are going to have to compromise your beliefs at some place in order to be able to accept the government cheese. Okay, it is 10:40. I think I've about beaten every topic I can to death tonight. We'll know by Monday whether my new campaign is started. I'm going to go ahead and call it a night. Thank you all very much for watching and listening. Thank you all for taking time for me. God bless you all. And if you all get a chance, say a prayer for me, because God, I'm just another sinner wandering through this world. And I need all the guidance and help to keep from falling on my own face. You all take care of yourselves. Look out for each other, too. God bless and good night.